Hello everyone. How are you? You doing good? Let's see if everything looks good. Got an intro. We're gonna try to close up now. 1, 2, 3. Hey, hi Chad. How are you? All good? Good seal here. Oh no, rating coming? I need to look serious now. Holy crap. This is a great song though. I look fucking pretty. Thank you, Dave. Thanks a million. I appreciate you. Whoa! Holy fuck! We got a massive raid from the Dev Dad. Thank you so much, Dev Dad. And I guess you were streaming right there with the Dev son, Dylan Mulroy. I'm gonna give a shout out here to Dev Dad. Such good energy, amazing app they're building as well. The Dev Dad, and then it has an underscore. Don't forget the underscore, folks. Yeah, we're just getting started here. Really, just getting set up. HackMD. So, folks, I'm going to need your help today. I'm going to need your help. But before we get into why I need your help, DevDad and Dylan, how was your stream? I saw a few things there, and I am very interesting in redoing my NeoVim config now. I might even be okay going to Dylan's stream or having him over, right? And just redoing that. Thank you, Kamel. Thank you so much, Kyle. I feel like it's mostly just Yoda back there telling me what to do and it works out. Holy crap, we're getting a bunch of follows. Senior Kai, Lemnian, those are from the last stream. Kasaid 3096, thank you so much for the follow. Tonchek, Chesinat, and Restarted. Great name, Restarted. Really appreciate that. The Way of the Ace. Ooh, love that. Ciavoro as well. Ooh, what's happening, folks? We're going to reach 1,000 if we keep this way. Raid! Slad the Lad. That is an excellent name. I very much approve of that name. Tedios, Lol Delta, thank you for joining. Welcome. Thanks for the follows. I appreciate you, folks. So, I don't know if DevDad had to raid and run. Dylan seems to be around. This guy envies. Yeah, you envy him. It was just yesterday that you were talking about, like, I don't know why people want to use NVM and so on. And today you're converted. So much for loyalty to your stack, man. Yeah. Ship and NVM in 24 hours. Yes, no stack, bro. That's the problem. Hey, Stevie. Okay, Stevie. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Dope. But that's the thing, right? We have to find home somewhere. So it makes sense to change until you find home. Thanks everyone who's joining chat for the first time. Hi, my name is Leandro. We're doing a bunch of ocaml in this stream. Right now, we are just doing a little bit of chatting, and then we're going to go right into it. But this stream specifically, I'm going to need your help, chat, to keep me focused. Because we need to finish writing some docs that I promised to write ages ago. And I've had a terrible time sitting down and writing them. And these docs are here. It's a tutorial on higher order functions for the ocaml.org website. So if you help me write this, we'll actually get this on the ocaml.org website. And that will be kind of awesome, wouldn't it? Yeah, we got to Pomodoro it up. So today's stream is really just about this. And then another document that we'll see if we get to. But at the very least, this one. And we need to finish writing it. So we're going to write this one, or we will die trying today. Oh, there's Liminox as well. Query Sad, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Nunes says he's so lost in the book reading. Oh God, this is your problem, man. You wanted to implement it in C, folks. We have a Discord, and you can join us here. Where we're reading a book. We're reading a book is called Essentials of Compilation, and it's pretty awesome. Dylan is actually in on it as well. And every Sunday we get together and we go through the chapters. And right now we're just in chapter 2. And our friend Noon's here. He actually wanted to write the actual compiler in C. So this is really on them. Give me. Okay, Stevie. Yeah. Soy argentino. Trivenge. Thanks for follow. Leminox saying, I wish these dogs were there when I was learning ocaml. You're really helping newcomers. I am just like a cherry on top. The real dessert is all the work that Sabine and her team have done on writing, reviewing, publishing, getting tested, right? Literally like user tested through the docs, all of those things. So yeah, hats off go really to Sabine Ocaml and her team. All right, folks. So, this tutorial is on higher order functions, right? And we've already done an introduction and we've tested all of the code here as well, where we sort of try to build an intuition for why it's interesting to have functions that have sort of describe behaviors, right? That you can use to change the behavior of other functions. So for example, here we want to say something, right? And we want to say it 3 times. We can build a function that does that, but also we can build a function that will repeat something, right? N times. And we end up with that little function over here, right? Repeat times thing to do, and so on. And then we want to go through common higher order functions, right? Some of the things that are common to see in the wild. And we have quite a few sections in here, and right now we're pretty low. We need to like speed up. But I think the meatiest ones are the ones that we covered, which are currying and pipelining. So in currying, we go from essentially we explain the difference between having a curried and an uncurried function, how to go from one to the other, right? And if any of you is not a functional programmer out there, the main difference is that curried functions, right? They take one argument at a time. So you have to call them one, and then you get another function that takes another parameter, and then you call that, and then you get the next function, and so on. And uncurried functions are the functions that most programming languages have, where if you want to call it, you have to give all the parameters at once. And so we have an example here for greeting, where we show how if we uncurry the function, right, we can actually pass 2 parameters at once instead of one after each other. Oof. So Daniel is from chat, first time chatter from Raider. Hi, welcome to chat. Says, keep hearing about ocaml lately, but still unsure if it will benefit me to learn it besides all the other stuff. I think as a language, it would be interesting for you to pick it up if you don't have experience with a statically typed functional programming language. It will show you different ways in which you can do things. Even if you don't end up using it in production, right, or on your day-to-day, it will show you, hey, this is an entirely different way of thinking about building programs. And it's not as strict or as extreme as Haskell, for example. So, in ocaml, we have mutation, we have loops, We have very imperative things. There's even a whole object-oriented side to the language, which we don't really talk about. But some of the nice thing it has regarding types is that it will help you think and maybe relearn, right, what types can really do for you. Even if you don't end up using them, I've found that after years and years of Erlang and Elixir, right, OCaml has permeated the way I think. So now when I look at code, even when it's untyped, right, or dynamically typed, right, I still see some patterns that I want to keep in my code to make it easier for me to think and say like, oh yeah, this should be this value, this should be that value, and so on. Oh, Cherry in the room. How's it going, Cherry? We need to change our terminal here. Prompt to Cherry. Hey, I don't make the rules. That's the way it goes. You're building a CLI framework. That's dope. Do you have a link or something? We'd love to have a look at that. Happy or happy. I personally approach learning new languages by building as much as I can with that language, right? And sometimes it's just very painful because I don't know what I'm doing, right? But that quickly pushes me to see how other people are building things, right? There's no shame at all in seeing a design that somebody else has done on a different language or even the same language and trying to replicate it. Think that a lot of engineering disciplines work that way. If you're going to build a bridge, no one's going to expect you to wing the bridge out of your head, right? They're going to expect you to spend a lot of time studying other bridges, right? And studying the physics behind building bridges, right? And the material science behind that. And that means seeing existing designs, seeing the work of other people over and over and over and over until you start picking up patterns, right? So when I pick a new language and I say, well, I would like to build something, and I just go and look, how is it built? Is it not built in this language yet? How do other people build it in other languages, right? Can I see some patterns there that maybe I can bring into this language, right? And just building. But I am very biased for action. We also have some readability notes here. And I feel like we can do a better example than this one, but I guess that's the one we'll have right now. Oh, Cobra Seal. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds absolutely excellent. I would love to see that. You should stream sometime. All right. And then we have a section on pipelines and composition and chaining, right? Which is to say, we have a bunch of function calls like that. You can compose them in this way, but it's not as readable. It's kind of hard sometimes to go from the inside out, right? So in OCaml, we have a pipe operator that we can use to actually thread the value from left to right, which is pretty nice. And it's no magic. It's just a function. So this is the actual definition of the pipeline operator, right? And then we have a little example here on readability. This example kind of sucks. We'll come up with a better example at some point. Okay, so now the next thing we wanted to talk about was iteration. And this is where we sketched last time. All right, so reading this out loud. We usually think of iteration when we think of looping and going through collections of things, right? Loop through elements in a list or like go over the keys in a map. But in OCaml, The pattern for iteration can be extended to other kinds of data types, like optional values or results, or trees and lazy sequences, right? Iterating in OCaml means that if there is a value or more, we would like to apply a function to it. So we have an example here, or we're going to dig into the different data types we have and how to iterate over them. We have list in OCaml is a linked list that is composed by a head, first element, and a tail. We can iterate over lists by pattern matching on them. So if you pattern match, you get either nothing or you get a head and a tail, right? And in this case, we're just printing the numbers there. And I guess we're going from a version that prints the numbers directly to something that just iterates over functions, iterates over the elements. And it says we can call print all with any function fn, so it really is just iterating over the list and running a function over every element. And that's how list iter is defined. Oh, the Saga Galifianakis resemblance. It could be. I think it's mostly that I'm growing a beard now. Then we have iterating over optionals, results, maps, lazy sequences. All right, uncons. My God, this name will never stop bothering me. Why would you call it uncons? Anyways, and then iterating over custom data types. Okay. Metami laughs uncons. Yeah, it is terrible. It should be called next. No. This is not the list influence. This makes absolutely no sense. I guarantee you that if we search up like a common Lisp streaming data library, it's not going to say uncons. Oh, TC4V, I missed a message of yours. Welcome to chat, by the way. I just listened to a podcast of Corey Cursive on the subject of programming communities not teaching to read good software like every other domain. All right, 1 second. I need to pull up this book. Okay, chat, I'm back. So, here's a few books that I think should be mandatory reading for anybody that writes software. Not because of the theory or whatever they have, but just because they show you how other people have built software already. So the first one is this one. Actually, it's a two-parter. The architecture of open source applications. It is not that thick, and it includes rather detailed, right? It's like descriptions of how many things in open source work. And you might think like, well, but why would I want to learn about this stuff? There's even a chapter for the born again shell, line 29, chapter 3 by Chet Ramey, sorry. Berkeley DB, Eclipse, GT, LLVM, and so on. This thing will show you how people have built all sorts of weird things, and the patterns in here you might find useful for building whatever the hell you need to build. There's even a second part to this book. It's a two-parter. And this one has even more awesome things, such as, I don't think we have Vim in here. You have Git by Susan Potter, by the way. We have FreeRTOS, a real-time operating system. We have the release engineering for Firefox, which is also really cool. NGINX is here as well. You have ZeroMQ, Processing.js. Yeah, this book might be free to read online as well, so go ahead and read it. I like paper, like dead tree format, but those are really cool resources because they're essentially like, if you grabbed an architecture book that showed you like, okay, here's a bunch of Gothic designs, right? Gothic buildings all over the world. Kind of like that. Not that I know anything about architecture. Real architecture, not software architecture. And by the same author, there's also 500 lines or less, right? That shows you a lot of problems solved by experienced programmers in just a few lines of code, 500 or less. And I think we have, let me see. There's Continuous Integration System here by Malini Das. You have an event-driven web framework. There is image filters as well. You can have a Python interpreter in Python in under 500 lines of Python. And I think there's one that I like here. I forget. Can't find it. But anyways, the point is that if we read more software, we'd be so much better at writing software, right? If you want to write well, read. That sort of thing. Anyways, Chad, you're not helping me stay focused. I have so many dead tree books. Way too many. I can take some to Germany when we go to BobConf. Thanks, Calming Chaos, also known as Kaka. No worries, Linux. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, TCP4, really? That's cool. I know. In two of the languages I speak, it means poop. In one of the languages I speak, it means cake. Yeah, this is Greg Wilson, all right. Dun-dun-dun-dun. And before I speak nonsense, I'm not gonna go there. Yeah, that's exactly how it's defined. You know, plus minus the match. Another kind of data it is common to iterate over. Camel is optional values. Normally, we want to run a function. Hey Privan, how's it going? Hello, it's Coder Live. Thank you for the follow. Oh no, Ryan's here. Ryan, I think I broke the Kraken. Hey, Coder Live. Welcome to chat. How are you? All good? We can do this by pattern matching on our optional value, and in the sum branch, calling our function with the value in. This reads a little wonky. I don't know. It is common on ocaml to represent successful operations with a result value. Result values can be either OK or error. Just like with options, it is useful sometimes to run a function only if a result value is successful. To do that, we can pattern match on our result and run our function over the value in the OK branch. I'm going to double check now, but I'm pretty sure that this is exactly how ether is defined. Yep. Another sorry, chat. Oh, I shared it on X on Twitter, right? This little hot damn ocaml riot in the wild that Liminox just posted on the last stream from that. And it was just there's a message here that I'm not gonna open on stream, but it was a what the fuck's happening here. Anyways, yeah, I'm actually very, very happy about this. Liminox, I would love to hear a lot more, all the details you have about how you're using Riot for scheduling right now. Especially because I know that there are some edge cases, right, that are not well covered, and I would love to make sure that you don't run into those. And if you're running into those, then to make sure that they get fixed properly. Yeah. Okay. You got it. Porn bot. But the message is just perfect. It's just like, why would you do that? Makes zero sense. That's your standard response? Yeah. Polaris. All right, so now we have maps, right? And I was actually tempted on doing hash tables and other things. But I don't know, maybe this is okay for maps and hash tables. Larger collections of data in ocaml. Like maps or hash tables and sets. It's quite common in ocaml, also common in ocaml. We have dedicated modules for them, and each of them has functions to access lists of their contents. hash table module has, what the hell does he have? No list here. It's been about a week since we sent the service into production. We actually wrote the service about a month ago and tested with shadow traffic. No issues, so made it primary node. Wait, so are you saying that you're using Riot in production right now? What company is that? I would love to put the logo on the Riot website. 100%. Yeah, you can tell. I'm excited. I'm just looking at chat right now like intensity. You predict a riot. Hey, Crimson, how's it going? Shut up, Brian. Absolutely. Oh, dude, I'm like, this is. I don't know. I don't. Many emotions right now. But it makes me very happy to hear that you're using Riot, that is working well for you. Feel free to. No, don't feel free. Reach out to me in Discord. Let's have a chat. And let me know as soon as you talk to management, and I'll be more than happy to put it there. Oh my god. Just guys. This is excellent. I want to cry a little, but yeah. This is going to be awesome, folks. This is going to be fucking awesome. Right on his face. Y'all are making my day here. Thanks. Okay, so the hash table module is a terrible module for this because it doesn't have a way of getting lists. It only has sequences. But we can have a look at the sets module, right? And I think this one does have elements, yes. Oh, there's so much room for contributing to Minty, folks. Seriously. There is a bunch of stuff here that's done and it's just absolutely lovely to have. All of the examples really show it. And my favorite example continues to be to this day the spinners. It is just, look at that. I don't know if the frame rate you get over here, like over there, it's does justice to this, but oh my god, Sabine, this is, you picked. This is your best work. This is your Mona Lisa. It looks absolutely fantastic. I love it. But yeah, there's definitely room here for contributing. We have some issues open, and one of those is sort of literally to borrow, just steal components from bubbles, right? Text areas, tables. I think we have a table that hasn't been opened yet, or maybe there's a PR and I haven't merged it. Oh shit, there is a PR. Shame on me. Shame on me. I have not looked at this. Oh, we have Dimitri here leaving comments. Dimitri, if you're watching this, and I think you are, I know you are. When are you going to contribute back, man? You keep saying you have all these nice components and everything, but just open source them. We want to use them too. Oh, Anathema is cool. So if this is one thing you want to contribute to, the components here are great. And you can just literally say like, well, what if I do this thing, right? Talk level, help bar, go to bubbles, look how it's implemented, and learn from that, and just translate it. And this one is also good. Mapping more UTF-8 key events. I think this will be really useful for more complex applications built with TUIs, right? Especially if we want like a REPL or something like that. TC4V, that sounds awesome. I cannot guarantee you jobs, but I can guarantee you fun. These would be fun for sure. We got the power, we are divine. Huh, there's no iterator? Yeah, there is. Quantum chemistry, damn. Quantum chemistry sounds like something they would make up for an Ant-Man movie, like Quantumania. I'm sure it's a real thing. But, you know, for the uneducated like me. With either of those functions, we can put together an iterator over maps of sets. Iter set. Whoa, Crimson, what the hell? 50 communities? Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus. What in the... That was awesome. That was incredible. Thank you so very much, Crimson. This is very generous of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, TG Digital, thanks for the follow. Stream Elements going ham. 100%. Damn, Crimson. Way to go. Way to go. 136 subscribers. What in the fuck does that mean? That is crazy. That's insane. Guys, like, Riot doesn't have 136 stars on GitHub. Hey, transaction, root, TX root, how's it going? Welcome to chat. We're gonna see if that actually works. We're gonna go into any OCaml really. I'm just gonna do vol, and we'll do utop. We got a clip. Oh, that's awesome. All right, we're gonna watch that. Nice. My voice is very high pitched there. Like, that's what I paid attention to. All right. He went falsetto. What? All right, so Ryan has an idea. Everybody, chat, calm down. Ryan has an idea. We're gonna listen to that. Lister, I have the best idea for an intro to Elixir. So no conventional, but exactly how I learned. And I want one for OCaml. All right, go for it. Oh my god, right. Maps and set, they need functors to describe the world. We need functors to be able to use those functions. So we won't be able to use them like this directly. Ryan's unconventional idea would be like, dude, like, what if people just made like an app where you like type things that need to get done, right? And then like you can like cancel them or maybe just mark them as like done, you know? We can call it a get done app. These monads. Okay, so we need actual functors for this, so we can't really use this section as it is right now. I am very tempted, but we I think we should still have it. We have dedicated models for them, but they have functor interface. This means you can't really use set or map directly, but you have to call the module level functor. I'm gonna say function here. Set.make to create your own custom version of the set module. For the specific types you want to store in it. Once you create one, your set module or your map module, you'll find they have functions to retrieve, to access, to get lists of their contents. Image. Jesus. Wow. And like, guys, what if like we can add more columns, right? Based on like how your team feels. Because sometimes I feel like people would think that maybe there's not enough columns, or maybe we have too many columns. You know? I don't know what the Twitch policy is for streaming baked, but I think if someone was brave enough to do it, it would be a hilarious and absolutely bananas stream. We need more columns. Yeah, exactly. We need more columns. And maybe you need a 15-minute meeting every day to discuss the items in the columns. That sounds good. That sounds like, we should do it every day. Yeah. The hell are we listening to? Creator. Ooh. Wait. Dextrose Manifesto. That is great. That sounds excellent. Thanks for the sub. Oh yeah, yeah. It'll be fun having you around, TC4V. Welcome to the caravan. Your typo is. I didn't think it was a typo. I thought you were seriously writing that way. Purposefully mistyping. Okay, so that works, but we don't actually have values. What in the hell? We only have to sec. I thought we actually had a way of getting the list out of this, but apparently we don't. Oh, we have bindings. Bindings. Right. Cool, that works. And this works. All right. Oh yeah. You guys think this is my stream, but it's really like I am just a prop to Ryan's like stand-up comedy show. Yeah. Tenokama libraries? I think it's more, man. I have them all listed here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 with Riot. And we have 15, 16 here. Yeah. I'm just correcting you, man. I am just the AI chatbot, right? To be honest, to be completely fair here, okay? Just to be honest, all right? it is more than 10. Anyways, so access implementation of iteration functions for maps and sets. Let's use pattern matching under the hood. All right. Now, what I was going to say is that most of those libraries, right, for literally the entire ecosystem, I'm just building a vertical slice, right? So there's a lot of room for improvement all over the place, left and right? Like our HTTP support is not complete, right? It's good enough for like the tests that we've done and so on. If somebody wants to really rely on that, we'd have to do work there to expand it horizontally. And when you build things in that way, sort of like grab a vertical slice, it becomes a lot easier because you just have to build like a smaller version of like the whole thing. So in the last section, we saw how to iterate over data that was that had a shape. Iterate over data for which living alone. In the last section, we saw how to iterate over data for which that when we don't know the shape it has. Usually, an associated module, there will be a module that will have functions we can use to iterate over it. Correct. And that's why I only built the right abstractions. Yeah. That's my answer. No. Obviously, yeah. That's the only way to do it, right? No. I feel like the best way to counter that is to either you always pick the right abstraction, which I don't think I do, right? Or you learn from everybody's mistakes, so you lower the likelihood of you making a bad decision there. So, the entire web stack. Oh, thanks for the follow, TXRoot. The web stack, right, is based on Matthew Trudel's work in Elixir, right? He's done Thousand Island, right? Socket Pool. We have a very similar design for Atacama. He's done Bandit, right, for HTTP and WebSocket server. We have Nomad, which has a very similar design, right? The people that built Mint, right, on Elixir, they have made some design decisions there, and we've followed their design, right, to build Blink, an HTTP and WebSocket client, right? Trail mirrors a plug, right? So there is very specific things that are like, okay, this is a new way of doing something, right? For example, I don't think I could point at a single thing right now that like, oh yeah, nobody's doing that in the same way we're doing it, right? Other than type message passing, for example. Which Gleam is doing it, but they have a different approach to it. The Sidewinder stuff, right, is very close to Minty and to Lustre, right? The Gleam framework. So we're learning from a lot of things. So if I had to build all of this without literally this thing, when you look at other people's work and say like, oh, so that's how you do a fucking bridge, right? Then it would be very, very hard. And it would probably be buggy as fuck and the abstractions will be shit. So yeah, I'm standing in the shoulders of giants. Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure if we look at Wisp, we'll learn more things about how they built it, right? Since they're building on top of the knowledge, right, of that, Bandit and Thousand and Cowboy already had. And then on the other hand, I haven't slept much in the last 2 months. In the last section, we saw how to iterate over data when we don't know the shape it has. Usually, there will be a module that will have functions we can use to iterate over it. But some data is lazy. And we can only access it after we have accessed the elements. And it only lets us access later elements or an element after the other. Hey Teach, how's it going? Good point. No, so when we were trying to release Riot 008 here, we actually had to do a rename, and the IO library is now called Rio. Rio is on the same repo. So you have a Rio opam here. Hey Marek, how's it going? Good to see you, folks. So the contributing file that has the big pinning thingy, now it's updated to point to Rio. Yeah. If everything goes well, very soon we will have all of the shit published in opam, so you'll be able to just do opam install riot. And voila. Ryan, for the love of God, there is a massive changelog. Look at this. Look at that. It took time to go through all the fucking commits. It's like 200 commits between 007 and 008. And just like make sure everybody got their name there and whatnot. Haters out. You don't expect, and yet we deliver. It's like, my dude, the commit in the changelog is like renamed from IO. It's like right there. No, but it's understandable because if you already had the package pinned and then you pull the latest with upgrade, it will break. But, this is the cost of a 0.0, This is unstable. Like the APIs will change and stuff like that. Bam, 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 bam. No, no backwards compatibility. So I think one day we will go. This will jump, I think, from 00900 to 10, right? Tej, no, you didn't have to read all the commits live. Can I just say how I love this? Look at all these people contributing. This is fucking amazing. Some of you are even here. Ryan is not. He just isn't. Which reminds me, I need to make more issues, but there are some interesting issues here. If any of you folks feels like, hey, that sounds like something I can do. And there's some pull requests I need to review. Hey, all contributions count, all right? Okay, chat, I need to focus. So, but some data is lazy, and it only lets us access one element at a time. So, if the looked like 1, 2, 3. You'd only be able to compute the third value after accessing the first and second ones. Tell me what you think. Hello, compulsive starter. Have you finished anything yet? Or do you just keep starting things? LM2 wheels are waiting to see it. Do you need anything special for Blink now? I don't think so, but let's actually give that a quick shot here, right? I think I should be able to just stash this stuff and opam install Blink. Okay, we don't have that. Oh no, I have a new switch. It's gonna break, right? Yeah. This is unrelated. I borked my switch installing ocaml. So watching every news, kicking in the doors. Teach, what error are you getting, by the way? My policy regarding versioning is that everything will be 0 something until we are satisfied that the API is stable, right? And we're like, okay, this sounds like this is a good place to call it a 100, right? And then after that, we'll have to be more careful, right? But until then, if it breaks, because we'll try not to, right? Of course. But if we find better abstractions or if we find that something is broken, then we'll just change it, right? It will be in the change log. If you're depending on it, then you'll get to see it and upgrade, right? But primarily, it's like it's a contract, right? Towards you saying that this is still unstable. When it's a 1.0, then it'll be stable, and then we'll do proper versioning. But we'll see. By the way, Teach, if there's no contributing MD, you can make one. PRs are welcome. Exactly, TC. Exactly. And the band washed up, left for dead. I'm lost inside the deserts of every word you said. Nuclear reactor or team. Think about the times when you lied to me. Caught upon my hook. I was just a name on your little black book. Color rack. Why y'all so mean with Glitch, the good guy? Glitch, I'm on your team. We're gonna time out Noons if he keeps being mean. Go away. Get even with you. That's what I'm gonna do. I forget the signature, but my gut tells me that that's gonna work. So if we do... How do we do this? Cons? I don't want to do cons. Cycle, I want to do infinite, init. Oh no. Bam, bam. Me and me and me and me and me. Oh, look at that. First shot, it worked. See, folks, this is what I mean. If you don't ride ocaml and you're here looking at this, this is what I mean. If you get the types right, chances are it's going to be okay. It's going to run. You won't fail. Oh, TJ, I think I know what might be the problem there. You are using a newer version. Well, long story short, right? These IO modules used to take a name parameter called buff, and now it's not named anymore. Yeah, that could be in the Blink repo. Like the Blink repo is definitely using, connection HTTP1, right? So here, these IO calls that have a buff, you just gotta drop that. So I can't install Blink. Right, but you can clone it and install it locally if you want. PR is also welcome for that. Yeah, you can either do that or clone the repo and then you get it to build, like do build and stuff, and then you can install from here. There will be an open file you can just install from local. You can also do a pin, right? Pin like that. So Blink 001 dot, and that will do the trick. But it should be just a couple of places like IO read buff that, drop that and switch the parameters. Yeah, cool. We'll check it out. You got this, Teach. I believe in you. Okay, so that worked. You have a TPC? Que é TPC? Whoa! Shoot them Z! Shoot thems? Thems? What kind of name is that? But thank you for the follow. Come say hi in chat. How are you? I really wonder if this is the way that this is defined in the Sonnet library as well. And look at that. It absolutely is. Except that they're using the sequence directly, right? But this is hidden from us, so we don't know that. Which is okay. It's completely fine. Trabalhos de casa. You mean you had homework? Love seeing ocaml. Nice. We're here writing some docs right now for ocaml.org on higher order functions. So hopefully this will be good. Whoa. Yeah, so this is sort of supposed to be a tutorial on higher order functions, right? It will be part of the ocaml.org learn section, I believe. If it passes the quality bar. My favorite ocaml feature. I like the camel part. The O is not my favorite. But the face don't show. Because he likes humps. Oh my god. Let me in, let me out. Can't do more than twist and shout. The O is silent, right? As in bio. world in which ocaml is mainstream is one where the porn bots advertise their humps. Yeah, I'm down for that. Yeah. You humps in bio. You pervs, degens. No, but seriously, the O is silent. So far, we've seen how to iterate over data. Oh my god, we have so much more to write! Okay. We've seen how to iterate over data types from the standard library. There's nothing that can't be achieved without caffeine and anger. Unfortunately, I don't have any caffeine. So far, we've seen how to iterate over data from standard library. Now, we'll see how to iterate over our own data type for trees. Yeah, I have plenty of anger. It's so easy to get angry, especially at stuff like code. Please buy, I need money. Thank you, Nunes. Okay. We'll define our tree type to include two variants, two constructors. One for a leaf node, which is a node that at the end of the tree. Another, the other one, for nodes that are internal. That have children. So our data type allows us to represent trees like tree-like data. And we have mermaid. And please tell me we can do, no, we cannot do mermaid. Graph top down. And we'll do ML this is not for practical OCaml. This, if it passes a review, will go to actual ocaml.org. No, where did I go? What did I do? And no rules. in the school of life. Mm-mm-mm. What it's like. Ooh, there myself. Sabine, if you're still around, are we allowed to have graphs like this? Hello, Mohai. How's it going? We'll rise. All good. We're writing OCaml documentation here. And we're going to finish this in this stream, regardless how long it takes. So either we finish it or we die. So my guess is that we're going to finish it. So tell me they see trees. Dude, trees are beautiful. They're so nice. They're also just like, why are they called trees if they go downwards? Why? Shouldn't it be called like streams? Because this looks a lot like a river falling down from a mountain than a tree. You know what I mean? My guess is someone was laying in the grass, right? And then they saw the tree and was like, oh my God, the branches, their root. They grow from the trunk. And that's why they thought trees would be a good metaphor here. But they're not. It's just literally backwards. So now before we define our iterative function, it's important to define what iteration means for our data or our data type. Do we want to iterate from the bottom of the tree? Do we want to iterate from the top? Should we iterate? Should we do middle out? Camel soldier. Well, we do have an OCaml queen, right? I'd be more than happy to be one of the OCaml knights. Just saying. I would humbly accept the title of OCaml knight if it was bestowed upon me. Big if. Multiple personalities. Whoa, what did I just do? Oh my god, no. Something happened. Everything is bold now. What did I do? Fuck my life. Do I have an extension? I think I have an extension. Jiffy Reader. Oh yeah. Film. There we go. Whew. Scared the shit out of me. Okay, now this is completely broken. Refreshing. I feel this looks different now. Cool. So if we do ether, we can do node, right, of leaf of 1 and then 21, 12, like that. And then we can have a function like printint. Dope. That works. Whew. Okay, so that was the iteration section. 290. No, I don't think I'm that fast. Fight for freedom, fight authority, fight for anything. My country is of me. God damn it, it's really fast. Carlos, esto es Megadeth. It might be too old for you. Fight for anything. My country, it is of me. This is from 1997. Bruh. I'm like a boomer here. Colección of vinilos de los 60s. This is too new. Pasa. It's okay, Carlos. No problem. Kevin Hilos, what vinyls do you have? Gracias por el follow, viejo. And the next up, we have Trust, the Spanish version. We might do a sing-along. Just because it's in Spanish. Okay. So, chat, two things. One, I'm going to get some water. Two, we're going to sketch out filtering and mapping. And this, I am seriously questioning the value of repeating this entire section, right? But instead of iterating using mapping. I don't think it's worth it, right? But I don't know. Because, filtering, mapping, I think filtering can be interesting because many of these data types, they have interesting behaviors, right? More of a tool guy. Nice. I am definitely more of a rush guy. But today we're listening to Megadeth. So optionals, right? When you filter an optional, if it was a sum and you have some value there, right? It becomes a none. If you have a result, if the OK doesn't pass the value, right? Then it becomes an error. Or does it, right? Like, I don't think those are very well established behaviors. Show of hands, chat. How many of you do filters on like options and results? I'm not saying like filter if it's some or it's none, but rather you have an option and you do option.filter, right? We got one don't, two don't. Oh, this is beautiful. Lo juré y nos mentimos tanto el uno al otro que nada cambiamos. Option map, yeah. Like changing the value, if there is a value, that makes sense, right? But I feel we don't normally grab one of these containers, right? And try to filter out the value inside of them when there is just one possible value. Like we normally say, all right, I will filter something out if there is more than one thing. Exactly, yeah. Result filter and option filter are not a thing. Pour les errores. Wait, it exists? Are you fucking kidding me? Do we have those? No, I don't see there. Okay. Maybe for results they do. No, thank God it's not here either. I think we just default to fold, right? No worries, no worries. But they're not things. They're not things. Fold is very useful. Okay, so I think I'm gonna put filtering aside for now, and we're gonna focus on mapping and folding. I think mapping we can crack out very quickly as well. It will have a very similar structure, I think, to this. Like, okay, so I'm torn because all of these operations, right, are actually we implement them with recursion. You can also implement them with fold. There's this beautiful paper on the universality of fold. Here, tutorial on the universality and expressivity of fold. And I'll drop this on chat. The hell, how do I share something? Copy. Essentially, what this thing says is like folding and recursion, right? Somebody that is fresher on their type theory or whatever this is would definitely be able to give more substance to this. But from what I remember reading this ages ago is that if you can fold, you can recurse and vice versa, right? You can do both. They're equivalent. So why am I bringing this up? Is that if we have to write... Yeah, exactly. Why am I bringing this up is that if we have to have this section, right, with this structure, and then the mapping section with a similar structure, most of what would change here is that in the functions, instead of calling it iter, right, we would call something like map, right? And instead of just calling the function, we will reconstruct the sequence, right? I don't know how we would do that. I mean, sequence in this case. In this case, we will essentially just keep the OK around the value, right? In this case, we will just keep the sum, right? So I'm wondering if it makes sense to... I don't want to leave things for the reader, but I also don't want to copy-paste the section and just change iteration for mapping everywhere. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was not thinking of including any of that here. It was just a side thought. The point that I was trying to make with that paper is that we have implemented all of these things through recursion, right? And when we get to folding, we get to the point... Holding. We get to the point where this and recursion is the same thing, right? But if I want to explain how to fold over custom data types or sequences or results and whatnot, then I'm going to have very, very similar content for all of those sections. Iteration, mapping, and folding. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to wage. Is there a way of writing this so that they build on each other and they give you more insight? And it's not just like, oh, here's the same text 3 times, right? Where the verb is changing from iterating to mapping to folding, right? There will be minor differences between the sections. I don't want to do that. That would be great. Which one? The the copy paste or the other one? Please tell me it's the other one. Yeah, having less repetition. Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to get some more water and then we'll get back into this. If I don't come back, I died. Because, either we finish these things or we die trying. Be right back. And we're back. Wait, are you telling me that CS3110 has Trek characters in the videos? Are you serious? That's Buck right there. It's not the OG one, but you know. That is excellent. What did they write on higher order functions? Oh, they have a section of pipelining as well. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. In fact, I think there will be a high correlation between them being nerds and being in academia, or vice versa. I'm looking for a cure within the human race. Cool. Hmm. Fight for freedom. Fight authority. Vanilla fudge. No, I've been meaning to listen to Kiss. It's been a while. Which album should we listen to? One of my favorite Kiss albums is Kiss Alive 3. This was one of the ones I had, right, growing up in CD. And I will listen to this on repeat. So we're going to cue this one. and it's also like it starts like so high, like my vision for Camel is to make it a boring platform, right? That is ready for any SaaS developer to be like, I'm gonna build my project, right? My company, small or large, right? Camel. And they can trust that things will be there and it will work and it'll be fast enough for their needs, right? And it'll be ergonomic and they won't have to deal with like a lot of type nonsense or type puzzles, right? And it will be crazy safe, right? And it'll be fun. And the ecosystem will be very welcoming and the community will be warm, right? And people will like receive you there and be happy that you're part of that, right? And be happy to teach you and share things. That's a little bit of where we're going. And it's not just my vision. I think large parts of that are shared with other people that are also in leadership positions in the ocaml ecosystem, which I am super excited about. Yeah, we're still in the best part of everything that we can see, and we're not just grabbing it as it is. We are making it ours, right? Finding the way of making it be good in OCaml, because some patterns are great, the languages, right? But they just don't fit very well in OCaml. They just don't, right? So finding that the OCaml way, right, of building something from a different ecosystem is quite tricky. But if we get it right, and sometimes we do, right? It's like excellent. You feel so good. The clock strikes 12, the losers always win. Such a good singer, Paul Stanley. He has a very distinctive, catchy voice. Unfortunately, he can't sing as well, or at all, I should say. I saw them twice last year. I don't know why. Like this, maybe within the same year, twice. And Gene Simmons still can sing. So I don't think you need closures to do this in C. You might not be able to build it as nicely, right? But for the commands, I'm not sure I understand. I think the problem might be that you're trying to copy the we don't use closures in Minty, for example, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. If you try to port it exactly as it is from Go, you're gonna run into problems of like, oh, Go can do this thing, right? But this language cannot. Not that OCaml can do closures. We do closures every day. Every day, son. We eat closures for breakfast. Every day. Closures everywhere, right? But no, no worries, no worries. I understand. It just got me thinking of how would I implement something like that in C, right? Because I don't write C for a living or every day all the time, right? So there's a lot of things I don't know about how to model like actual software in C, right? But off the top of my head is like we did it without having closures for commands. We just have data for the commands. And that made it so much easier to implement. Get up, get your crap out of here. Oh. Ooh, okay, so I'm receiving a package in about an hour. Oh yeah, we're gonna get our new light. So when I move to this room, there's a lot less light here. So you'll notice that even though I have that on the back, it doesn't really light that much at all, right? But like this side is very illuminated, and then it's like kind of dark on this side, right? It's worse at night, and if I turn off all the other lights in the house, apartment. So I ordered another light just like that one, so I can actually play around with them. And at some point we'll do, I think maybe even later today, between chapters, right, between parts of the document, we'll just spend a little bit of time playing around with the illumination of the stream and seeing like, okay, this is how we can make it look nice, and so on and so forth. I think you'll be surprised of how small Minty is. I'm not kidding when I say the implementation itself is so tiny. That's 340 lines of ocaml for Minty itself. That's nothing. Literally nothing. If we count the fact that in there's a bunch of interface files, right? If I hide those out and I just show you the ML files, the ones that have actual runnable code, 291. That is ridiculous, right? It is nothing. It is so tiny. And it's still a bunch of modules and stuff because, wanted to have something that is nice and structured in some way. Like the app ML is literally just a definition of a type, right? The command, it is just a type, right? The event, it is also just a type. And a few little functions for printing the types, right, into strings. And then we have the top level module, right? Which just defines a couple of functions for initializing the system, right? Either you run and you can run it wherever you want, or you call start, and that actually does riot start, so this sort of takes over the application. And then the three parts that are missing here are the program, the renderer, and the IO loop, right? The program is what? 100 lines? 80 lines. And there's a bunch of traces and everything there. This thing, the only thing it does is just like loop infinitely until it gets an event. And then it calls handle input for that event, right? And then a little bit of logic for closing the thing. And then the renderer, also a very small module, 130. This is the biggest one, I think. This has a big loop. And the big loop just says like, oh, if we need to shut down, then do this. If we have to tick, then we do this. If we have to render, we do that. You can read 300 lines of ocaml in an hour. For sure. Maybe the IO loop is more complex. No, look, I'm serious. Like, what the fuck? This is the IO loop. Is it basic? Yeah, but it does the job. My dot files. I think you can. Do I not have a command for that? Dot files? I think I do. Yep. There it is. They're nothing to brag about, to be honest. Pretty basic stuff. I mostly have like all of my config in here, in the home folder. So you can go to config and you see the packages, right? And that's kind of it. SSH. Hopefully I don't have anything weird here. Config. Git, kitty, Nix packages. I barely use Nix, by the way. don't even bother like asking me a lot. I hate it. CSH. And then the magic really happens in this little command called bootstrap, where I just call this little tool called symlink. And that is just using ln to symlink things, right? So I just symlink my folders. The bean goes to home bean. The config folder just gets symlinked straight there into config. And that's it. That's the magic. Honestly, I could try, right? But it is not really my bottleneck. I think I try to switch tools whenever the tool becomes a bottleneck for something I'm doing. And yeah, Kitty does the job for me fine. Like honestly, I don't really use Kitty. Like all of these panes you see here, all of this windowing and so on, it's all Tmux, right? The only reason I have two tabs is that one of these tabs is my current machine. The other one is the Linux machine over there, right? Where I do the coding. I think trying new stuff is good. Because, I miss out on a lot of cool things because of that rule of like, all right, only if my tools are limiting, right? Because the fact that my tool doesn't limit me does not mean that the tool is empowering me to do better, right? Thank you, Logicoder, for the follow. I just want. Whoa, Vase on Mars or Vas on Mars. Thanks for the follow. Six. This is the fetching, right? By all means, go ahead. Go bananas on this stuff. No problem. So Saturday is nowhere near for us to do this stuff. So just feel free to go ahead and do whatever you want there. I think the earliest recorded usage I have of something like OCaml on GitHub. By the way, sponsor me. Thank you. Language, I think, will be recent. There will be older things. 2020. No, this is updated at. I want to see when it started. Maybe Cactus is the oldest one. 6 years ago. OCaml, let's see. Oof. So many projects I started that never went anywhere. Okay, there's Oak. 2017. 2018, we have React there. These are just clones, so they don't really count. So I was messing around with OCaml around 2015 already. But it only started to get more and more serious when, you can actually see repos that I owned here. Like a static file server in 2018. Did I ever do this? I forget. I started building Chris Okasaki's purely functional data structure and Navarro's compact data structures. I really, really want this. One day I'll sit down and actually implement Navarro's compact data structures. It's a beautiful book. So maybe 6 years ago it started to get serious. I think so far it's one of the languages. Whoa, sorry. Okay, folks, I need 1 second. I'll be right back. And we're back. Hello, Chad. That was a friend that really needed a moment. And you, Chad, are awesome, but I love her. She's my best friend. So I'll pick up the phone first. Let's see. Let's see what the hell Chad is saying. Prevent with the issue. And I say, yeah, you can go ahead and do it. How many years have you been doing ocaml? We covered that. One bite is my favorite language. I think so. Prevent, if you want to try Saturday on a real world example, could ocaml, dbcaml could be good. Could dbcaml be good? My dude, grammar. I got other stuff I can fix as well. Start with a DB connection pool instead. And one bite saying, did you see what I saw? Coy as fuck. Since you're a language connoisseur, just curious what you like about ocaml compared to other languages. I think mostly is that it's a pretty small language. So once you learn the rules, you just like run with it, right? That's also what I like about Erlang, that the language itself is so small, right? Compared to, say, Elixir. Beard in bio, that bot in bio. Trying things out, really good template. Is Opam slow for it? Opam is so slow. TC, you have no idea. It is the slowest thing in the planet. Erlang looks really fucking ugly, right? But, it is so small. The language is so tiny. And it's like, of course, there's a lot of different ways of doing things and so on. But if you stick to like functions and pattern matching, it's just like, that's beautiful. Oh, yeah. And then someone says sponsored. Damn, thank you. I don't know where you have sponsored me, but I appreciate it. Oh, come on! Lambda days don't want my Erlang ocaml same thing talk. I should definitely have called it something more serious, like unlocking true multicore power through Erlang style parallelism in ocaml 5. The talk covers engages topics like increasing productivity, can find an application of time. Riot's recent inception and the current completeness of the documentation warrant caution. The abstract mention of supervision tree, not yet evident in repository examples, also raises questions about the talk's content coverage. Damn, did they just tell me Riot is not ready for me to talk a lambda days about it? Maybe. This only gives me more energy to finish it and show him. Oh, I keep clicking on that show me that tweet button and it goes like my ass in bio. And it's just like, why would you do that? Even as a bot. Tell me that you live in. Hey, Sir Josh. How's it going? Seeing how much time you got programming makes me feel more excited. I'm just seeing 5 years coding and I'm happy to keep studying. Yes, Jerry. Never stop learning. You've done so many new things since you've submitted that. You could as well put in some new proposals. Yeah, I think now that we have the website, right? And as soon as we start working on the manual. By the way, folks, like as soon as 008 goes out, 009 is really going to be like, all right, we'll take a deep breath here. We'll start documenting more. We'll be working on the manual for Riot, right? Getting the tutorial in place and so on. I think it might be easier to actually sell talks that way. Thanks for the follow, Sujesh, and thank you for dropping in chat. How are you doing? All good? Tips on getting started with ocaml prerequisites. So yes, I have to say, if you come to the right place to learn ocaml, in this very stream right now, we are writing documentation for ocaml, but also we have Sabine Ocaml. Literally, her last name is Ocaml, and Sabine is the ocaml queen, and she runs the team behind ocaml.org. And they've managed to do the impossible, which is build amazing documentation for a statically typed functional programming language, right? That focuses on you, the learner, actually getting shit done. So I would recommend you go to ocaml.org/learn. Or /docs, I guess. I guess that changed there. And just play around with some of the links. Go. Sorry, Sabine's last name is not Ocaml. I don't know her last name, but it's not Ocaml. Yeah, compulsive starter. Stop starting things compulsively. I know, right? We even have a blog called Practical Ocaml. It's crazy. It's like so practical. There's even a website for that, like Practical Ocaml. Right? Yeah, like Glitchpad says, you gotta become the compulsive finisher. Which sounds a little weird, but go for it. Exactly. We just go there and we fix things. Boy Scouts rule or Boys person rule, or I don't know. You know what I mean. Like, leave things better than you find them. That's the point. Oh, yeah, I should also drop a link to this. But not before dropping a link to https ocaml.org/learn. Deliberate finisher. What the hell was I gonna say? No way! Halo is back. $46 minutes till delivery. Come on. We can focus. We can definitely focus for 46 minutes. Yeah, the series, TV series. You show us everything you got. You keep announcing on the. Thank you, Glitch. Hey, TRN, thanks for the follow. I'm gonna get distracted again. Don't you do it. You paid for that. Okay, fine. I will honor your, what are we calling them? Your camel bucks. Wanna rock and roll all night. In contrast to iterating, sometimes we want to apply a function over some data, but we want to keep the results without changing the shape of the data. For example, if we have a list of users, maybe we want to get a list of usernames. Or if we have a list of numbers, we want to password, we may want to encrypt it. This is called mapping lists. Mapping lists is very similar to iterating over them. The main difference, we pattern match on a list, get the head of it, run a function over it, and recurse over the body. The main difference is that instead of throwing away the return, the value, the resulting value from running our functions over the elements, we will reconstruct a list from it. Ocaml based. Ocaml even has a job board. Yeah, absolutely. yeah. Mapping over lists. Oh, oh, look at that. Banana, banana. Whoa, that went backwards. Why? Is this really doing that? Okay. Mapping options. Mapping an optional value usually is only meaningful when we want to change the contents in case there are in case there is a value inside our option. That is, if we have a none, there is literally to map. So we can only map some values. Now that both sides of the match return the same thing. If we had a none, we'd return none. If we have a sum, we return a sum. This way, the structure is preserved. Ooh, gotta tell you what I'm feeling inside. One of the first songs I learned on guitar. When you're strong, you can stand on your own. But those word grow distant as I look in your face. Girl, I don't wanna go it alone. Come on, Leandro, you can do this. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm right between the eyes. Yeah. Oi, João. Obrigado pelo follow, mano. If I were to read my dumb sprinkler system controller out and replace it with an Arduino or Pi, does the ocaml ecosystem have good tools for controlling solenoids? That is an excellent question. Ocaml solenoids? Let's see what we find. I don't think we're gonna find solenoids here. Do you have a protocol that you normally control these things over? There is a big culture in ocaml of implementing protocol packages. Right, but like no programming language opens and closes the circuits directly, right? Like they talk through hardware, so the hardware does that. MicroPython. So what does MicroPython implement? Bam. It's interesting. I honestly don't know if there is good support for this sort of thing. What I can tell you is that we do have a thing called unikernels, which are little machines, right? Single address space machines that essentially let you build an entire application as an operating system. So you can run that directly in a supervisor, right? So there is, let's say, a track record of building very, very, very low level ocaml. So it would be interesting to see if it's possible, right? Already. Or even if a unikernel can run in an environment like that, right? And control hardware directly. Get up. Let's see. We're gonna search for AVR in OCaml packages, right? Avro. It looks like we're out of luck here. 79th. Happy Friday, Nate. How's it going, man? All good, buddy? How's it going, man? And one bite goes into lurk. Ba-dam. Baka-baka-bam. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. I have a dream where Riot is somewhere here in the most used packages. We have big contenders here. Stream's great. We've been writing documentation here for ocaml.org. This is a tutorial on higher order functions. Rather comprehensive, I would say. Hello, Kento Okura. How's it going? Welcome to chat. Nate, are you streaming sometime soon? No way, Kento. You stream OCaml too? That is awesome. You should absolutely join the caravan. Discord. Brilliant. Thanks for the follow, by the way. The caravan is this Discord server we put together with a bunch of OCaml streamers. You're sick? Oh man, that sucks. I hear you. Yeah, I had a really bad night of sleep myself. I went to bed at like 9 p.m. thinking like, yeah, I'm going to just go early, wake up at like, 5 or 6, right? Have a nice night of sleep, but still be very early in the morning, fully recharged. And that was the expectation. Reality was waking up at 1:30 in the morning, being like, holy crap, I can't go back to bed. And just, being awake since then. So I've been awake for 16 hours now. And I'm going to take a nap now. No, just kidding. But as to say that, I'm realizing that I am more tired than I thought I was. You know what? Let's check that, because OCaml does have a lot of backends, right? Native backends. So it might actually support compiling directly to that. No way. That sucks. Yeah. Man, we're connected. Nate, there's a connection there. Don't you feel it? You have to admit it, man. That was odd. Oh, that's at least you got an extra 2 hours. Yeah, my sleep schedule is also absolute shit right now. I had a call today at like 10, 9:30, 10, and I was terrified of going back to bed. Oh my God. Are we long lost brothers? Are we OCaml brothers? Are you gonna start riding a camel? When? We're here waiting, man. We're here to support you, to embrace you, to empower you, to save you from type errors, from undefined functions, from nulls. My facial hair is too good. Oh, it has taken a long time to grow this, to be honest, like 4 months or something like that. And it's so patchy and stuff. It doesn't look like that on camera, right? Because, cameras do good sometimes. But yeah, 2 humps, 1 back. You started riding on camel 15 years ago, but when did you stop? 15 years ago? Exactly, yeah. It's not when you start. It starts when you stop. Yeah, as always, happy to have you on stream. So much good energy. So fun. I'm going to give you a shout out here. Folks, Nate Codes, the man himself. You will usually find him on a suit writing a bunch of code. Anytime, Nate. Appreciate you. It's like a Pikachu. So I cannot find the direct module for that backend. I see ARM, AMD 64 power, RISC-V, S39X. Oh, I am procrastinating. When working with your custom data types, such as the tree used in the iteration, in the iterating section, we have some more freedom for defining what we should try to always preserve the structure. Oh, compulsive, no worries at all. Like, this is what we're here for. Just drop the questions and we'll try to answer them. And sometimes we can and it's great. And sometimes we don't have good answers and that's also okay. When working with a custom data type such as the tree we use in the iterating section, we should try to always preserve the structure of the data. That is, if we map over it, we'd expect the same tree but with different values, the same nodes and connections between nodes, but with different values in them. Great album. I think Animalize. What are we listening to right now? They have so many good songs though. Asylum is great as well. Wait, no. Is it Asylum? Or is it Crazy Nights? Okay, so there's one specific song I want to hear is Shooting on Something. Shooting on Something. So we'll play that, and then we'll go to a different artist. Ba-dam, bing, bam, ba-dam, bim, ba-dam, bim, da-da-da-dam, ding, da-da-da-da-dam. I sure know something. We are the youth gone wild. We are the youth gone wild. Children of the damned. If we generalize this to apply any transformation over a tree and reduce it to a single value, we will need to replace our plus function with an argument fn. Shows our code: red, leg red, full tree function, match tree with, leaf value, function value, no tree value, function value, full tree function. So recursing over there, and they should be 2. But we quickly run into a problem. Our fn function is meant to combine 2 items. So in the leaf branch, what is the second item? Folding requires us to define a 0 value, an accumulator, a starting point for an accumulator that will be used when the collection or data type is empty. Some data types don't have a good empty value. Our tree, for example, does not. Lists do have an empty list. Options have a none constructor. Results don't have. Empty. So to fix our full tree, we just need to pass in an accumulator value. Voila. Yeah, it can be called seed, it can be called accumulator, it can be called zero as well. It can be called empty. So, like, really, what we're trying to build here is the intuition of a monoid, right? But I don't want to talk about monoids and stuff like that. I don't think it makes sense. Um, so I actually think I'm gonna call this zero. Okay, chat. Delivery in about a minute. So I want to make sure I'm by the door so I can pick it up correctly and they don't get lost or anything. And I will be right back. False alarm. They're still not here. The app says a minute, but they are maybe 3 blocks away. I'm just static, and there's no one outside. Okay, I think they're there. Alright, here we go. It is time for unboxing. Gee, there's ice in this thing. Oh god. So, what do we have here? We have stuff. Small one and a large one. Close up, he says. I don't really have a good way of changing the camera position right now, but I'll definitely move up things. We're gonna start with a small one. Here's my knife. This is very, very tightly stuck together. Trying to find the edge there. There we go. Oh, a little bit out. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And then somewhere in here. There we go. That's the stuff. Full frontal, no code. Oh yeah, we can do that. 1, 2, 3. Close up. First package coming here straight from Amazon Deutsch. There's a box here, and we have this little tiny box that doesn't really say what it is. So I hope this is what I order and not something else, right? What? This is so cool. Folks, this is a Falcon Eyes Pocket Light. It's called Pocket Light, actually. It's a Bluetooth thingy. Yeah, it's a light. I'm gonna open it up first. So, just a little bit here. Falcon Eyes F72. It's a very tiny RGB LED, and you'll see it's actually, I don't think it deserves this big of a package, but maybe it does. Trash goes here, and you go over there. Cool. All right, ready? Let's see if we can do the thing. manuals, more manuals, and then, whoa, this is crazy. This is all scratched up. Huh, interesting. This is the light. It's rather tiny, right? It's like a phone, sort of like a large phone. I don't know if it has any battery from the get-go. Does it? It does. And then I can turn up, whoa, the brightness. Jesus, this is like having a tiny arc reactor there in my chest. That is very, very potent. But it also, right, has warmthness, I think. I don't know how to change that though. F. Does F go up and down? It charges over USB-C. Huh. Whoa. Jesus. Do not look straight into it. Fuck my eyes. So that is 8% of the power. This is 100. It is just way too much. Way too powerful. Okay, let's try now. Oh, this is actually packed with stuff. Oops. Is this the way? No way. What? It has its own carry-on little bag here. Whoa, it has a diffuser as well? This is awesome. I imagine the diffuser goes on like this, right? But we'll see. Does it even fit here? Yeah. I guess it should. Yeah, I'm guessing that this will just take some stretching here and here, right? But then it will just like work. Okay, maybe not like that. Maybe it goes over this thing. I feel like this one will be easier to fit. Yeah, this definitely fits much nicely. More nicely. And then, but I don't really understand if this is supposed to go there, because this feels small. Oh, shit, keep doing that. Oh, okay. So this is how I change the temperature from warm to cold. That's cool. And then after I change it, I lock it in. And I think this is gonna be for the gamma, so this is gonna make it change colder. I don't know. I'm gonna turn it off a little bit. Have to figure out how to actually use it. Oh, okay, so it just has a protection layer, protective film here that I should be able to remove. I don't know how, but we'll do that. Never mind. Looks like just like new, without the protective film. I guess it did its job. Thank you for protecting. So what I'm wondering now is, how do I get this thing right hooked up to my phone? Because supposedly there's an app for this thing. This all light. Let's see. Oh, nice. It has well, it's all in Chinese, so good to practice a little bit, right? Downloading now. Still downloading. What the hell is going on with the internet? Let's see if I can 5G this faster. Yeah, 5G 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 2 seconds. Open. Allow. Guest. So I just want to find my light now. How do I find it? Wait, is it supposed to calibrate somehow? Whoa, is it red now? I guess you can't really see it there, but if I do, for example, like that, this is very powerful. It is changing color like crazy. Shit, that is so powerful. See, like, look at the difference, right? In the shadows there on the guitar and everything. Look at Poo Yoda. You see Yoda, right? What in the hell? Holy shit. Hey Brahms, how's it going? We're trying a new light here. And we're trying to get it hooked up to the phone. So, how do I do this? Network. Plus copied. I don't get it. This app is garbage. I know, yeah, so like my eyes hurt now. How do we couple them? Is this thing gonna make me read instructions? I don't want to do that. Oh, we even have a. This is excellent. clamp! This feels very sturdy and nice as well. Metal, all of it. Ball clamps. Dude. This shit is worth money. Like, good money. And the cable. Nice. Okay. On-off switch. How do we do Bluetooth here? Okay, so there's many more functions than the ones that we've been exploring. Apparently the F dial does more than I thought. Press the F dial to select red, green, and blue parameters to adjust. I don't see that. Oh, okay. So I can change the hue, right? I think this is the hue. This is the hue, for sure. I don't know where can I point out that you will be able to see over there. I should have... Anyway, so it's kind of green right now. Red. We can do green. We can do blue. Fuck, this is so powerful. Okay, so we're going to Bluetooth reset. Okay, so this is reset now. This thing is virtually like a power bank. But instead of a cable to get the electricity out, you get it through photons. It's a Falcon Eyes F7 II. I think it costs like 100 quid, 100 euros, something like that. I don't get it how... Okay. Alright, so now I have the app, right? With all the shiny things. That should mean, right, that with it just being there, I should be able to be like, whoa, fuck. Jesus. My God. Changing the curves. The green red shift is not doing much. But if I go to HSI, oh my God, This is gonna be so much fun. Because I can actually drop that over there in the back, right? And just play around with the colors. And we have this thing, which essentially lets me just move around the colors. Woo! This is gonna be fun! But also, not a toy. My god, this is too fucking powerful. Just shut up. How do I shut you up? No, my god. Jesus. No, my god, just shut up. How do I turn you off? Off. There you go. Wow. My eyes. Jesus. Fun little thing to have around, for sure. I'll figure out later how to actually put the diffuser on. I think with a diffuser on, that thing is gonna be baller. Just throw it in the back there, right? Have some colors. Let you folks play around with that. It'll be fun. Maybe you can redeem a color or something. So that was package numero uno. And we're gonna go now to package numero dos. The big one. Alright, let's do this. This thing very impractical. More boxes. All of the boxes everywhere. And voila! It's a nice little bag to carry things. Maybe carry a laptop. Just kidding! This is another Falcon Eyes. It's a T12. This is the same light that I'm currently using, but it is a larger model. I have a T8 over there, RX8 actually. And these fuckers are beautiful. Oh my god, they look so nice. Look at that. And it's just really a battery on the back and the LED strips. But here's the nice thing about them. You ready? You can actually fold them, right? However you want. Oh, this one is, it's new, so it's a little like stiff still. But you can like grab them and just do whatever, right? And you can use that to create different sort of wideness of the beams of light. And these are actually really cheap. The one I'm using, the RX8, costed me like 60 euros, right? And I bought that 3 years ago. I couldn't find another one of those, otherwise I would have bought that. This was the cheapest, the next cheapest one they have. And this was 120, 130, I think. Compared to like those aperture lights, like the really big lights, even in the small sort of budget that other brands have that are like 300-400 quid. This is like throwaway money compared to that. Obviously, it's still an investment that you have to make, right? But I've had that one running for 3 years now, and it's just absolutely fantastic. So my guess is that this one is going to be a great addition to what I currently have. And the nice thing is that this also has an RGB mode. They don't come with batteries, but oh, I just love that. You can actually see. I don't know how much you can see here, right? I'm gonna try to show you, but you can see some of the chips there. Anyways, they're really fun. And these work with batteries, or you can just plug them straight up, right? And if you do, then that's what I do. So the first thing I want to check is if the actual... Oh, yes. Please tell me they have an adapter. Yes. Cool. So they come with a ball pen adapter as well. So, Ryan, key lights are a role that a light has. It's not like a specific kind of lamp that you use. But yes. So that will go here, right? Yeah, Ryan. Come on, get on with the program, man. Oh, it's gonna be dope. My thinking is that this one over here might replace the one I have over there, right? And then I'll use that one as a backfill from here from the side as a side light. What? It even has a handle? What the hell is this? This is awesome. Look at that. I'm just messing with you, man. Oh no! Fuck you, Germany! What in the fuck is this? Do you see that? Fuck this. Just kidding, it comes with the right one over here as well. Yeah, fuck Germany. Like, what in the hell do we have all the things here? I don't even know what this stuff is. I mean, I can see, I'm just doing this so you can see, but you also don't really get to see anything. Anyway, so there's plenty of stuff in here, which is kind of nice. But the real question is, do I have a stand for this, right? Because you need a stand for these things. And I do have a microphone stand here that this is not going to fit into. 100% not fitting it. Nope, I'm going to need an adapter. I'm going to need something to go in there. I wonder if I do have one of those somewhere in here. Maybe I don't. Maybe, and that's okay. I've had my microphone for a decade. So whatever it came with, I don't know where it is. You know, there's a time on the day like where I get so tired that literally there's a certain distance at which I cannot read anymore. Like right now, the screen that's over there that I normally can read perfectly at this time of the day, roughly 18 hours in from being awake, it's too far. I can't read. Oh, wait. This goes in here, right? Which is great. And then this goes in here, which is also a great. And then I have the ultimate makeshift lamp thingy. So literally the handle had a 3/4 inch hole, and I can put that together with this stand. This is even like a giraffe stand, right? Like you can see shit because it's chat there. But look at this, right? Now I can shovel snow. Who clipped that? Who did it? Was it you, Meta? I know where you live, Michael. That's right. I know your real name. So scared. Yeah. I was waiting for the right time to actually pull that card, try to reveal it. And I feel the timing was good there. It could have been just a guess, yeah. So that's fun. We have this thing. I've watched enough sitcoms to know when the comedic relief is at its highest. And like, that's, you say the joke right now. So it's less my ability and more just a learned thing. I just repeat what others have done before. Literally, that's all my life, you know? Just repeating what better people have done before. Okay, so should we turn that puppy on? I feel it's gonna be a little flimsy because there's a lot of action in this this stand, right? There's a lot of different things that move around here. But let me open it up and we'll see how far we go. Okay, so there we go. You can't really see it, but that's okay. I feel like it might be a little too high there, but I'll just keep it in focus here so we can see it turn on and whatnot. And I want to make sure that some of this stuff is actually tight. There we go. That's there. This is here. And this is also there. Perfect. Okay, I've got a piece here that's a little loose. Not very nice. But yeah. Maybe it's just a matter of really rolling it in. Let's see. So we go that far. Now we plug it in. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna burn my ears off now. one of the cables. This is the battery. Quite a chunky battery, I must say. This thing. Cool. So you go here from this side, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. And I don't have any plugs. No, wait, I do. I do have plugs. They're just not where I thought they were gonna be. God damn it, cables. Seriously? Now you wanna, like, this is the time you choose to get all tangled up. There we go. That should be that. Went in. We come here now. And we plug this thing right there. And we'll say on. Whew. This is the stupidest system. That's pretty strong already. I mean, it's very close to me right now, right? But this is like 7% or something like that. I think I will want to put a nice diffuser in this thing. And I do have one. And the question is where? This little thing. And here is where the magic really happens. Because this bastard, you know, you can just like fold and twist, right? And whatnot. So I can do that to really get this thing in there. I think I can do it. Let's see. Why are you so new? Just be old. So very poorly put on, but essentially this should let me crank up the light, right? Without it being very harsh on me. So that's this is where we were before, right? And just one, this is like 1%, right? Such a big difference already in bringing the. It's a Gretsch. It's a Gretsch. We got a Gretsch here. And the other one is Fender Strat from the 86 American. Okay, now we go to max. Ready? Fuck! Jesus! Ah! It burns! Okay, now this doesn't go back. That's so interesting. I'm tired, so I can't see very well right now. I'm gonna get a 10, yeah. So we're just gonna go down to maybe not the first setting, but 2 or 3 clicks up. And I'm gonna try to position this somewhere reasonable, right? Like maybe there. So it would be this. Compared to this. I'd say pretty sweet. I mean, I can handle the heat, yeah, 100%. I've got a lot of room to play here, and I'll definitely be experimenting more. But yeah, I think it's a good start. Holy fuck, I am so tired. Okay, so we finished folding as well here. We're just missing sorting and binding, and we do the recipes. And for the recipes, we'll see how far we go and what exactly we want to include here. But I think these are going to be smaller, like snippets, like little bits and pieces. Hi, chat. My name is Leandro. I'm here building Riot for you. Next up, I'm going to be recording YouTube videos. I cannot see anything right now. I have the equivalent of tinnitus for eyes. And it's only 7. Fuck my life. See, this is the problem. I'm going to go to bed at 7, like let's say 8, right? And I'm going to wake up at 1 in the morning, 2. Someone give this man a Red Bull. That is a very sharp knife. Okay. That was fun. But come on, chat, we can do this. Ooh. Meta, yeah, I'm still on no caffeine. And I have great days and I have absolute garbage days. Hold on. I need to take a screenshot of the OBS feed. I don't think you're going to see this though. No. Okay, now that we've done that, we go back to coding. Diamonds and rust. Meta. Yeah. There's a couple of things that come to mind. So of course the obvious one is just like build build any TUI with Minty. And I think that will whatever you want to build really, whatever it is, will already put you through the examples and have you looking at some of the docs and stuff like that, and you can just point out, oh, this is broken, this is shit, this is good, and so on, right? Even if it's a crappy emoji game. We have an example of views with different sections of the app and stuff like that. And there's definitely some bugs here that could be good to try to iron out, right? Let's see those rendering bugs there. Other than that, if you want to contribute specifically, right, to an issue, we have this one over here, right? So you can grab any of the components in here, maybe except the table. I think Sabine took the table. And just look at how it's implemented in bubbles in the Go code, right? So you go into, like, for example, I don't know, paginator, right? Go through this code and do the translation into OCaml. So the nice thing here is that you already have like the problem is solved. You just need to focus on, like, okay, how would I translate this to that? If you don't like Go, if you don't want to read Go and translate Go, then you're more than welcome to just come up with like any new example or component, right? And just drop it there. More than welcome. There's a tutorial that you can follow if you haven't yet, right? That should walk you through like how to actually get everything up and running. Unfortunately, the tutorial relies on the running main sort of Git version, right, of Minty. But if you go back to Minty VO2, right, then you'll find a version of the tutorial that works for that. So you should be able to follow that as well. All right, you did that. Oh, so sorry. I am tired. I've been up since 1 in the morning. It's like 7. That is me who's lost and never found. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Hey Priv, how's it going? Oh shit, I forgot to say. Shreya, you just follow me? Shreya? Are you fucking kidding me? That's hilarious. And Raul Sabaim, thanks so much for the follow. Shrink. Wow, do you see that? Like, the hand looks so crisp. Yeah, it is very cold, isn't it? Okay. Come on, folks, we can do this. We can absolutely do this. Sorting. I think it's about the same. -5. No way. Holy fuck. 50. Jesus. Crimson. That's 100 already today in total. You're insane. Thank you so much. This is crazy. Really, really, really appreciate it. Thanks a million. Bug! Buggers! Bug! That's like, sorry folks, I'm tired. Now I can sleep good night. Yeah, thanks. Jesus. But we need to finish this. We're so close, so close. I'm wondering though, what can I really say about sorting? I don't want to discuss the sorting algorithms, right? So, another common behavior. Yeah, that's literally as I'm writing it. I forget if array sort even behaves that way. Yeah. And we need the compare function, so we could do string compare, right? Or I guess int compare. Oh, right. This is an inline sorting. I forget if this will work here. Yeah, that works. Whew, one shot. Nice. I want you. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna get some Pepsi. That's the only thing I have that's no water that maybe will just like pick me up for another half hour. And we're back. 1, 2, 3. A little ASMR for everybody. Okay. One last common pattern is the ability to join data from within. For example, if we have a list and map over it with a function that returns a list, then we'll have a list of lists. Sometimes we want this, but sometimes we would rather the new list was joined in place instead of nested. To do this with lists, we can use the concat map function, which looks like this. Let my defenses down, that I can get around. TC, happy to have you around here. See you next time. Have a good beer. Good. We are writing the binding section now. And then we're going to do a little bit of recipes here. And I think that will be the first draft. And I can submit this for review again. And then people can give me feedback, or we'll see how that goes. Yeah. TJ has been using Riot for a little bit as well. It's a lot of fun to see that he's putting together the whole like NeoVim to OBS coordination through Riot. I think you missed it earlier, but someone actually has put Riot in production, and they're running with it. I don't remember right now. My brain is kind of mush. Hmm. I think I'm gonna have an issue here. Sabine, I don't know if you're still on stream, but I know we talked about not mentioning or using loot nor the async library here, right? But if I want to do an example, I don't want. I'm not gonna build an example, promise library here. Um, um yeah. Well, I'm fine referencing both async and loot here. Just need some guideline. Whoa, yeah. Bam, bam. Oh yeah. Oh, sit down, I'm coming out to you. Oh yeah. Nice. Open crate. That's funny. We covered that already. Okay, folks, we're getting there. We're just gonna do a quick overview of the journey that we had, right? We have the intro. Okay, who wants to give it a read? I know it's long, but you can grab any section you want. Just like comment on that. You don't have to read the whole thing. Sweet little sister. Sweet little sister. All right, sorry, I forgot to share the link. Let me know if this works. Thanks, Ready Fire. Forbidden. Sweet little sister. You have to sign in, and you can sign in with GitHub. I think you should also be able to comment if you want to leave comments there, but otherwise. I know a thing or two about her. So, folks, just mention there is a separate tutorial on recursion, right? So we're not really covering like if you go all the way at the top when it goes through prerequisites, this already says you need to know about functions and recursion. So we're not explaining here like what let rec is. We're not explaining what a recursive function is. That has happened already in an earlier tutorial. But the comments are good. Just giving you some more context, right? If you go at the top of the document, you'll see a little bit like the things that you're expected to learn there, right? And the sort of internal journey that we designed. Also, the internal notes I have for myself, they will stay there. Like we're not publishing this tonight, right? this is going to go through internal review first. There's going to be some other process happening, right? So we'll have the people that actually guard ocaml.org doing a review of this, and I need those notes there to sort of talk to them about it as well. Cool. Well, if you find it good, then that's awesome. That's a really good feedback as well, right? Like, it's going in the right direction. I am so tired. Tired as fuck. Ooh, great song. A symptom of life. Interference. And the balance is distorted. Incoherence. Shapeshifter. At half speed. Pause, rewind, replay. One memory chip. You do? Nice. Thanks. Oh, Meta is shouting out to us. We're gonna shout out to Meta. To complete that game, Meta, I know you're lurking. Dan Greb, hi. Did you create the ChatGPT Camel Genie? If so, can you share how? Yes, I did. And what do you want to know? Because there's two parts to that. One is like how to create a ChatGPT thingy, and the other one is like how we collected the data and sort of prepared it to send it over to ChatGPT. Sabine says, I think I'm really gonna to have to do a tour to see different venues in Berlin before or after BobConf. Yeah, we can plan stuff. I'm down for visiting around. Thanks for the follow, Dan Greb. Oh, the data part. So essentially, I downloaded all of the source code, right, in all of the packages in the OPAM, which is like the package repository for OCaml, and I chunked it together with all of the documentation from ocaml.org and the Dune documentation website, right, and all of the docs from all of the packages, and I split that into several files, and I uploaded the several files. So I'll be honest, OCaml Genie is not that good because I don't think ChatGPT, custom GPTs, right, give you a lot of flexibility to define how to do the RAG, the retrieval augmented generation, RAG, RAG. So we could probably put together something that is a lot more precise, right, at finding things in the existing source code before generation happens. No worries. Okay, folks, I am busted. I am really tired. Really, really tired. So I'm going to turn everything off, give my head a little bit of rest after this very, very long day. This is the second stream of today. The first one was like 4 hours, and then we did this one. So what I'm going to do is we're going to find someone to raid, right? Someone that's doing something fun, and we'll go there. Sounds good? So we got Tej over here. And they're writing OCaml. In fact, they're writing OCaml with Riot, which I'm super excited about. We have Spiro as well. We have Metami. Trash Puppy here as well. It is so funny watching Teach use my libraries and be like, yeah, that's very annoying. I think we should raid Teach. Yeah, we can do that. We'll do raid Teach TV. You're watching us right now, Metami? Okay, we're gonna go raid. What are you doing, Metami? Let's see what Metami is up to. What? You're not... Okay, you're... Oh, you're watching... Okay, now it's very meta. The Minty branch should build if you have the latest version of the riot stack, which you can get from the contributing markdown. Does that make sense? Like, I can show you here. If you go into the riot repo, right? There's a contributing markdown file. Here you go. And then you have this little snippet of like copy pasta, all of all the stuff. And I'll just drop that in your stream. And you can just copy paste that as well. No worries. No worries. This is so meta. Okay. I think we're gonna raid the MetaMe actually. But if you know, it's not surprise anymore. Come on, man. What you doing to me here? I want to surprise you. The hell's happening here? Why can't I see the stream? Okay, everybody, let's go have fun with Meta.